All right, I think we are live. Let me just get onto my stream chat so I can actually see what's happening. Where is it? I can never. YouTube has too many apps on the phone now. And I can never remember which one's the one I need to get to my live chat. So I'm just gonna watch it like a viewer. There we go. Great. I'll be able to see it. Looks like audio's working as well. So I haven't had time to get my references set up yet, so I'm gonna start by doing that. I do want to resize the canvas to be square. There we go. And let me get some reference images because I haven't grabbed any yet. I think I want My microphone died. Let's see if that I can bring it back. Stream him. There we go. I think he's alive. I didn't realize my microphone was dead this whole time. That's unfortunate. Alright, it looks like we're back though. I was wondering why my slime didn't do his little bouncing things. But looks alright now. Hopefully it doesn't die again. That would be unfortunate. I've been talking this whole time and I was like, why is nobody saying anything? So sad. How are you doing today, Smushed? Okay, there we go. Getting some shapes in for the teeth now. Hopefully it doesn't die again. I'm doing pretty good. It's pretty chilly at the moment, but that is just winter for you in the southern hemisphere. And I have my warm coffee that's keeping me going. And we'll see. My girlfriend's also getting back from a trip to New Zealand soon, so I'm really excited about that. Where did my jacket go? Here we go. Alright. I've upgraded to a warmer jacket, so now I won't be shivering. Cool. Gotta get this lumpy part in. There we go. So do you, are you a digital artist as well? Do you do a lot of drawing? See what I can do with. It looks like all these faces are getting smaller as you go further back. And then it becomes all kind of lumpy. You draw a lot of fan art? That's so cool. Do you also post on your YouTube channel? I think this is actually on the other side. Or it looks maybe could be central. You're more active on Tumblr. Very cool. I should check it out at some point. I'd love to see what my subscribers get up to. I think it would be really cool. Okay, now I want to do some more of the lumpiness here. Thank you so much. I'm getting more warmed up as I'm going, I think, and I'm getting a bit of feel of what the shapes are and how I think it would kind of move. I'm just getting a bit more of a feel of the character, which is quite cool. And I'm really excited to paint this actually. I think the color is going to be my favorite part. I think it's going to take a long time, but that's okay. I've got quite a lot of time to spend today. I am actually going to a game developer meetup later this evening. So we'll see how that goes. I think that'll be fun. Hopefully I get to make some more friends. And yeah, I'd like to meet more artery. Dude, coloring that looks so fun. Yeah. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, the meetups have been really cool and have been really fun to go to. I've only went to one before, but I did a game jam at the start of the year with the same sort of group, and it was a lot of fun. It's just really fun to go hang out with a bunch of people that also care about the same stuff you care about. So I'd love to go to some more art meetups and that kind of thing as well, because I haven't really gone to many of those. I don't really know if there are many that exist, but we'll see. It's definitely something. I know in the game developer space, there's also plenty of artists to meet and hang out with that, want to do art like this for video games. So I'll be able to make some connections. Okay. Now what is... I think I need to move on to the really stringy textures now. Sort of goop. I tried to do a little bit over there, but it needs to look a bit more sort of spider webby, I think. Almost veiny. This is gonna be more goop this way. This is gonna have a lot of detail, I think, which is going to be pretty cool. There we go. I don't know how I can make this more stringy. There's a lot of just stringiness. I've never tried to draw something like this, so it's kind of difficult. Like it's really webby. It kind of reminds me of like if you roll a bunch of string onto like a stick, you get all that sort of layery stuff going on, or maybe even cotton candy. I think I just need to start putting down lines. See how it goes. There we go. Stringy stuff this way. You were just about to say it looks like evil fairy floss. Yeah. Especially this one. Evil fairy floss. It's got all these, like, it's got so many layers to it. I don't really know how to draw too many of those, but I think if I just keep putting down lines, I'll eventually find something that's kind of working a bit. And let's see. I wonder if I should also just... I'm wondering if I just paint the base and then add a lot of the stringy parts over the top. Wonder if that'll be easier. 'Cause otherwise, I feel like my sketch is gonna get really messy, which it is getting really messy, but that's all right. How many teeth does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the teeth are just kind of all over the place. One here. That's what you would do personally? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll do that and get a bit more, just a little bit more separation between layers, and I think it'll help a bit. There we go. Okay. Got some of the teeth now. I think these teeth are going to be really fun to get done. Well, we'll see. So that's the bottom done. The top sort of has two longer teeth. And then some smaller ones. And my sketch is already getting so messy. I kind of want to go artistic license and add an extra tooth here, just for fun. And then I can have this one here. And this one here. Like that. I think that's pretty cool looking. Maybe this one needs to be a bit wider. Something like this, maybe. There you go. AKJ, how's it going? You should definitely not do any work today. Should definitely not just hang out in the stream the whole day. Love funky looking monsters. I know, this one's great. I really like this one, the one on the right. Yeah, this is the image of the game it's from. So it's pretty cool, I think. Great drawing. Thank you so much, Claudia. I appreciate it. Yeah, the teeth and the eyes are like faces and skulls. It's crazy looking monster. So I really like it. 20 minutes till your shift is done. I better see you in 20 minutes then, Keenan. Alright, whoa, we've got 6 people in the stream. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. I feel like this side is a little bit too round. I think I need something more like this. There we go, gym time. Your drawings are so cool. Thank you so much, Sunny. I appreciate that. You should put me on in the background when you go gym, Keenan. I'll hype you up. Every time you feel tired, you can look over and think this monster's chasing you if you don't do one more rep. Okay. I wonder if I should do line art or if I should skip it and just go into painting and then add all the different layers. I feel like I always do line art in a lot of my drawings, but I feel like I don't always like line art too much. We'll see. Line art could look cool. Could look cool. See, some good Marcel ASMR. Baby, I don't know if I'd say I'm good ASMR though. Unless I start whispering, but that's a little creepy. I'm not gonna do that right now. There we go. I do need to figure out where all the little mouths and eyes on these skulls go. I feel like if you don't like line art, that's a decent reason to skip it. I agree. I agree. I enjoy doing line art, and I feel like line art usually really helps with getting a good end result, but I do want to move away from it in my personal style. I think my ideal style that I want to get into isn't gonna have line art, or at the very least, it might have colored line art. What show is that from? This is from a video game called what is it called? Lobotomy Corporation. You can look it up. It's quite an interesting game, actually. I've never played it. This drawing was requested by one of my subscribers. So this is my first time really looking at the monsters. But I've heard the game's pretty cool. Line art is a good skill to practice. I do agree. I think one of the reasons I don't like line art is just because my lines are really shaky. And like if I try to just line that, it's not always the cleanest lines. I guess that's a straight line, that's easier, but if I want to follow this curve, that ends up really wobbly. It's not, I'm not the worst at it, but I think I just want to skip line art. Let's see. I think I do want to start painting it a bit now though, just to get, oh, you've heard from it from a friend? They recommended it to you? That's cool. I think, yeah, I had it recommended recently. You feel like your art depends on line art? Yeah. It depends on the style you've got, right? Different styles lean into different things. And a lot of artists I like have line art, but I just am not the biggest fan. Okay, let's see if I can get this wall in. I think maybe something like this. Using a hard part. What's my favorite part when drawing? Probably coloring. I really like coloring, and then I also enjoy the sketching part. I enjoy seeing when my sketch comes alive. I think that's definitely the coolest looking part. Let's see if we can get this line cleaner. There we go. And coloring is where everything comes together. And you end up with your final piece. I think my favorite part of drawing actually is probably when I'm done and it looks really good, which is not always. I think there's plenty of times where I draw something and then I think that could have been way better. Um, I think I'm just gonna cheat and, oops, bucket fill this. What about you guys? What are your favorite parts of the drawing? We'll do another layer. Yeah, you feel that? Yeah. There we go. Whenever you color your drawings, you feel like it turns out worse. I think that does happen sometimes. I have felt sometimes I draw something and the sketch looks really cool, and then I color it in and I paint it, and I'm like, that just doesn't look quite right. Your favorite part is the line art, though? Yeah. I do think line art is satisfying when you do it, and if you do it right, and it looks good. I think it's definitely satisfying. I just end up zooming out at the end, and I'm like, I kind of don't like this. And then when I color it in afterwards, it feels very cartoony having lines. Not always, but I tend to use thicker line art so it looks a little bit more cartoony. Your favorite part of coloring is probably adding the flat colors. Yeah, like the stage where I'm at now. I think I also like this stage. Um, so I completely locked in for a second. I definitely like the flat color stage. That's way too orange. I think it needs to be something more like this. I'm definitely gonna be. There was. I found a setting once that made your line art really stand out. There we go. Oh, that is the wrong layer because of course it is. There we go. I think another thing that annoys me with line art sometimes is that while I'm coloring in, if I hide the line art, because I've tried that before where I line something and then I hide the line art um, to try and see what it looks like without lines, but then there's a bunch of gaps where the lines were because I didn't color underneath the lines. And then I'm like, that's a little weird. And it just looks a bit off. I am not when I'm coloring shapes like this, I enjoy not using the fill tool. I think it's just so satisfying going around the whole thing and coloring in everything. Let me get that there. Okay. Let's see. Something I do need to do as well is I need to learn more about the different layer types and blending modes and stuff. I usually just put down colors and then use a darker color and paint over it. But I've seen a lot of people talk about using multiplier layers and blending layers and stuff, and the only thing I've really used is the divide layer to make the line art stand out a bit more. Um, that is not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Let's see. There we go. I'll figure out the hands a bit more later, I think. Okay, let me drop another layer. And I'll do this white. Okay, so it's just clean, pure white, gray. I think I want to make it a little bit more reddish. I think I could get it to look a bit more creepy. I feel like creepy art is usually just a lot of grays and reds. And usually the whole thing's a bit more desaturated. So I feel like I want to use a different brush. I'm not a fan of... I usually really like this chalky brush, but I've been getting less and less fond of it recently. I wonder if I should try an actual brush. What does that one look like? Oh, maybe not. This one? No. Oh, this one's kind of alright for some textures. Let's see if... I like the way the markers color, but I don't like that they have opacity. So maybe I'll just use the hard round brush. There we go. The reference drawing looks quite clean with its lines and stuff, so I think the chalky brush is gonna look a bit too painterly for this monster. But we'll see what it turns out like in the end. It's also a surprising amount of detail in this guy. Very interesting. Did my slime break again? No, it did not. It's all right. I was worried for a second. I don't remember if that was supposed to be a face or if it was just supposed to be some of the goop, but that's okay. I think it was supposed to be goop. So, draw these. This one back here. There we go. I think it's already starting to look a lot cooler now that the color is being added. I'm liking it so far. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah. It's so creepy. I love it. I'm having a lot of fun with this one. I'm glad. I'm glad it got requested. Okay. Now, what do I need to do? I want to... I'll do the teeth. The teeth are always a bit more yellow. Do you guys do all the base colors and then add shadows, or do you go through and add the base color and then the midtones and the darker colors and then move on to other sections? Because I have done that sometimes where I feel like, oh, I just did the base colors for the teeth and then I'll just shade in all the teeth and then I'll move on to something else. But I feel like normally people don't really do that. There we go. You love big creepy monsters? Yeah. I want to draw more monsters. I think, because I'm a big fan of like Elden Ring and FromSoft, and they've got some really crazy, interesting monsters. Like all the Dark Souls creatures, all the Elden Ring creatures, they're all so creepy and weird looking, and they've got interesting proportions, and there's just so much craziness and weirdness going on, and I really like that. Okay. I don't know what it's looking like without the lines. My style personally doesn't have a lot of shading, so I add the base colors first, but maybe some people do it differently. I know. I think I haven't seen it. I don't think it's taught. Usually when you look at tutorials and stuff as well, they're always like, you do the base color, then you do all your shadows at the end. But usually in like coloring tutorials and stuff, there's also not a lot of detail. It's like one person, they're looking at one face, and that's it really. So it's I feel like it might be a bit different if there's more going on. But if you do it part by part, then you miss out on stuff like the reflections or the ambient occlusions. So I do think it might be better to... I do think it might be better to not do it piece by piece. But I just think sometimes it's fun. I do sometimes feel like I use way too many layers. You know the person who drew your profile picture shapes by part? Yeah. Yeah. I definitely think it's possible because I've done it. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a correct way or not. I think the hardest part would be if you, at least for me, when I've done that, whenever I run into somewhere I need a reflection, I don't know what the reflection's gonna be yet because I haven't rendered the part that's being reflected yet. And so a lot of times I end up rendering it piece by piece, And then I end up going back over a lot of it to try and fix some stuff here and there. I almost forgot one of these spikes. That would not have been good. I think I might include this part at the back on the same layer. There we go. Yeah, there is no correct way to do it. That's so true. But I feel like some ways can give you not a different result, but some ways get you there differently. I think starting big and going smaller usually helps. But there's nothing wrong with starting small and going bigger, or vice versa, starting with shading piece by piece versus everything at once. I think I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. There's no correct way, there's just different ways. But as long as at the end you end up with something that looks good, that you're happy with, then it's good enough. And then it's a correct way. Your own way that you feel comfortable with doing is the correct way. That's what I think. I think I'm at the part where I have these little stringy things now. Okay. The gloop. You think it's great how all artists eventually find the way that makes drawing enjoyable? Yeah, I think that's the most important part. You have to actually enjoy it. And if you enjoy it more by doing piece by piece or doing the whole thing at once, who's to tell you you're wrong? Because if art's not fun, then why are you doing it? It's not always fun, right? If you're doing studies and stuff, if you're doing it to improve, but at the end of the day, you're doing it because you enjoy drawing. And sometimes you have to make sacrifices to improve, to have more fun with drawing later. Oh, this one's gonna sit on top of all of this stuff. Here we go. I feel like I need to rearrange some of this. The spikes need to go above this one. And this needs to go above that one. Yeah. Here we go. Now I can paint the gloop better. I Still don't really know how to get this to look so stringy, but I'll figure it out. I think the important part's definitely going to be around the mouth. What is this looking like without the lines? Okay, no, this actually is looking a bit better than I thought it would. Oh, that was not right. There we go. This is, that was that layer. This was the teeth layer. What was the goop layer? This was the goop layer. I need to smooth this out a little bit more. Looking good. Thank you so much. I think I'm slowly getting there a bit more. See if I need to stop chicken scratching as well. I need to draw more single straight lines. Be a bit more intentional with it. There we go. Because that looks a lot better than what I've managed to do on this side. Oh, see, I found some holes. There we go. I'll clean some more of these edges later, I think. This is not the important part. Back to this part. I think I want to redraw that strand there. Make it a bit more stringy. If I just try and connect a bunch of these up. It's very webby. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it a little bit. It's just, there's a bunch of connections going between these that make it look really stringy. There we go. All right, I'm getting there. I think what I might do is do it when I'm done with this one, is do another layer underneath it. So I have a little bit of extra depth in it. There we go. Got way too locked in here, but that's okay. There we go. How do I get more? They do look like they're just wrapping around the body. Like that. You're gonna head out now. You'll see if I'm still live later. Thank you so much for joining in. I hope you have a good one too. And yeah, thank you so much for stopping in. I think I'll be live for a little bit more. I'm not sure how long. I'm basically gonna finish this drawing and see. It's going a little bit faster than I thought I. Oh. My OBS disconnected. Uh-oh. Hopefully it's not dead. It doesn't look like it's dead. Okay. I don't think it died. It pranked me. It lied. It's alright. There we go. I think I need to make these, a lot of these strands a bit thicker. There we go. Something like that. Nice. Then I'll make a layer underneath this one to get some extra details. Not really sure what color they should be. Okay, that's a good color actually. We'll go on with this. And then they'll... Yeah. So if I connect everything up here again, I can actually probably put this layer beneath the skulls, yes. And now I should be able to go through. Oh, actually, it can't be. It can't be because I need the strands on top of the skulls to actually connect to them. That is unfortunate. Okay. Let me undo some of that. There we go. But I can just add a lot of this in. Like this. This. Just, how do I add more really random stuff here? Oh. I definitely need to add a little bit more details beneath this here to get it to look just a little bit more spindly. Hi Starcat, how are you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. I'm just at the moment having fun painting this monster. See how it goes so far. I think it's looking alright, but we'll see. You're good? That's awesome. No boot? Oh, I cannot. I've got chat open on my phone and I cannot read the font. This is too tiny. Give me a second. I want to see if I can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. It's better. Better. What do you think of the monster so far? It's looking interesting. I'm busy with trying to get this really stringy, goopy, like gross, fleshy texture, but it's looking a little... I think I'm getting there with the more layers. Good. Thank you so much. I think I'll figure it out if I just do more random shapes and see which ones look good. Yeah, there we go. Where is... So what do you like to draw, Starcat? Are you an artist as well? You're an artist too? That's awesome. Do you do digital or traditional? I think your profile picture looks digital. Did you draw it yourself? That's so cool. I need to update my profile picture to the little slime. We'll see how it goes. Should be fun. I need to just get a little better at drawing him. I haven't really practiced drawing him too much. But we're getting there. There we go. I think now all these layers are starting to come together a bit more. Yeah. There we go. We're getting somewhere, I think. Liking where this is going. Awesome. Now I think I want to do the mouth. And then actually maybe I should do just a couple of strands out this way just to get the back looking better. There we go. Very cool. Now I think I can do the mouth. And then after I do the mouth, I can look at fixing up the hands a little bit and doing the shading, and hopefully it's going to end up looking really cool. So I think the mouth has to be on this layer. And it looks like it's quite a deep red. I just color like this. Yeah. There we go. This is mouthy. I don't think I'm missing anything. So I think I'll be able to do the shading, so I'll get a little bit of a darker color. Maybe a bit more red still. No, this is not right. This one, a bit darker. Here we go. And a little bit darker so I can get this sort of a shape going. So it looks really kind of rounded. I need to make sure I get the shape right. The shape looking good. Okay, a little bit lighter. I think that might be a little bit too much. Let's try this. That's a bit better. There we go. And now I can add this one back in to have the shadows underneath the teeth. Cool. And then we've got a bit of a light hitting something like that. Hey, that is looking all right. Very good at drawing. That's awesome. Do you draw often? How much do you draw? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is looking cool. You draw 10 times a day? That's a lot. That's really good. I wish I could draw 10 times a day. I don't always have the time to draw 10 times a day. I usually just draw this one monster or something and call that good enough. Do you do a lot of studies or a lot of small drawings, or you do one bigger drawing? Soften this a little bit. All right, you draw everything? That's so good. I need to do more practice. I need to do more dedicated practice to learn figure drawing and stuff like that. Practice some more anatomy and proportions. I think I do miss some of that sometimes. I think this mouth looks really cool though. I like that. And I need to remember to name my layers. I feel like I always forget to name my layers. Oh, so here we go. This is mouth. This one is the body. This one is the floor. The wall. We have faces. Bottom strings, top strings. Go. You too? Yeah. It is important to keep practicing the fundamentals. I've never really practiced the fundamentals. Which is not not ideal, but not too much I can do about it now. Trying to find out where the teeth are. Here we go. Here are the teeth. You're drawing right now? What are you drawing? Welcome to the stream, anybody who's just joined as well. Drawing this cool looking monster from Lobotomy Corporation. Got bloody teeth. Your OC. What's your OC? What's their name? What do they do? There we go. This is some cool blood. I need a little bit of a darker shadow color. Gonna have a bit of a hard time to make these teeth feel 3D, I think, but should be okay. I think if I just do something more like this, I'll need an even darker color. Her name's Sunny. That's a really good name. Go. What is shadows? There we go. She's a fire queen. Does she have powers? Is fire her power? Gotta get, I think, more red. There we go. Who knew teeth would be this difficult? That's so cool. So what is what do they do? Do they fight bad guys? What kind of bad guys are there? Yeah, she fights bad guys? That's awesome. Alright, how do I get this more bloody? How many OCs do you have? You have to go? That's alright. Thank you so much for dropping in, Starcat. I hope you have a good one. You will be missed, but I hope to see you again. Have a good one. Bye-bye. These teeth are really hard. There we go. I don't know what the best way of getting this bloody texture is. It's a bit hard to see what I can steal from the reference at this resolution, but I think I'm getting something, which is all right. And I think it'll pop more once I Once I add the really dark shadows in. There we go. Gonna have this highlight. Oh yeah, I think it's looking really cool. Now I need to actually put the shadow color on the teeth. So that the teeth actually feel like there's depth to them. There we go. Now we are in business. Now these teeth are looking good. All right. I have to not forget too much about adding in the shadow where they actually connect. And join with the rest. This one's gonna be a little bit different because the shadow is gonna be on this side, I think. Because this is the top of the tooth here. And then the shadow is gonna be, yeah, on this side. Smudge in some more blood. I think the corners, if you have something sharp with liquids on it, I feel like the corners are usually cleaner than the centers. Because it's easier for it to rub off a corner, off a hard edge, than from a surface. Or a flat surface, rather. There we go. That is looking a lot cooler. But I am still missing the super, super dark parts. There we go. This is really gonna make these teeth feel like they're part of the mouth. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I'm liking this a lot more now. And this actually needs to be the darker blood. Have a highlight here. Something like this. Because we're having a hard shadow that's being cast by the other tooth. Onto this one. And I think I think the light is coming more from the right, so I do think this tooth is actually wrong. I think I do need to put the shadow on this side and the highlight on this side, but I can have this deep shadow go a bit lower because it's being cast by this sort of lip area here. I also feel like I lost my really dark. There we go. That's better. Now I can push this in. There we go. Almost black. There we go. That's looking starting to come together a bit more, I think. Get that color for this one here. Maybe a bit more of this color on the top. Something like this. Okay, rendering these teeth is quite tricky. I'm not the best of rendering, the best at rendering, I have to say, but so far I don't think I've done the worst job. I think I might be busy with this drawing for quite a while though, which is alright. I'm having fun. I really want to know what I can do to make them pop and separate from the mouth, which I think doing this really deep shadow at the bottom might be doing the trick. I think it needs to be almost black up here. Yeah, there we go. It's looking quite a bit clearer. Now for the cracks. How do I do the cracks? I think maybe just like this, and then I can sharpen it up a little bit. There we go, that's a good looking crack. And I think I do need to add a bit more of a chip from the bottom here. Like this sort of a thing. Maybe it's got to come from this side, and then we'll do that. Yeah, okay. That is looking cleaner. There we go. I do think this is probably not the most interesting part to watch, but it's got to be done. All right, I need some water, I need some coffee. There we go. We're refreshed. Okay. Time to continue. What sort of crack does this one have? Something like this, actually. I wonder if I can make this, make it so you can kind of have a gap there. Yeah, that's looking cool. Okay. And then we'll just thin out the crack a little bit where it makes sense. Give it a bit more of a shape. Welcome to the stream, by the way, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Got a cool looking monster today. And at the moment, adding some cracks in the teeth. I think I'm actually putting in way more detail than I need to. I don't think I need to be putting in this much detail. Or at least I don't need to be zoomed in as much as I am. Because I'm doing such fine detailing on the teeth, but I don't think people can actually see it. And I need to sharpen out this crack a bit more down there, I think. And we can bring this crack down. There we go. I think to get cracks to look good, my trick is that you have to remember that a crack is inside an object. It's got some depth. And like this crack's looking quite a bit flat. And I can fix that by blending in one of these top edges just a little bit, and it'll look more like it's sinking into the tooth, which is good. There we go. Something like this. Now it's looking way better. There we go, that's really cool. Okay, I need a couple more chips in these teeth though. They are. They're very, very cracked. And I think I'll put in a crack that looks something like this here. But it can't actually be separated, because then it looks like the piece is going to be falling off. So maybe I'll fill in this just a little bit. Like this. Something like that. There we go. Actually, I think I just need to make them way bigger. I think I'm just making them a little bit small. Especially this tooth is really big, so I can afford to put a really big crack in it. Oh, that's actually the wrong side. See, here we should be able to see into that part, but here we're looking at the side of that. There we go. Now that's looking a lot cleaner. That's looking a lot better. And do want to soften that edge just a little bit. Cool. Maybe I'd just add a really big split in this one. This guy definitely does not go to the dentist. And this is what happens to your teeth if you don't go to the dentist. There we go. This one I think needs a big crack coming from the top. Something like that. There we go. Maybe it even splits off a little bit this way. Oh. This is hard work. Okay, let's keep going. This one probably needs a crack somewhere here. I think. Maybe one here this way. Needs to be a bit more brighter. And that can be a bit duller. Something like that. Oh, that's too red. Here we go. And bam. Another good looking crack. That one. I don't know where I want the crack to be in this one. I think maybe this even. And then draw that. Yeah, because now it looks like there's a whole piece just out. Very cool. It's starting to come together. It's starting to come together. This one is here. I wonder if a dentist can draw better teeth than surely, because they must practice them, or at least they see them more. I wonder if a dentist would actually like drawing teeth. I feel like they wouldn't, right? Oh. You know what? I'll just make it one. I need the dark color at the inside. There we go. I need to separate that edge. There we go. Now these teeth are really cool. Alright, time to do the bottom set, I guess. What other details do I have that I can add? I guess not too many. I think I've done a pretty good job with that set. So I'll need to steal the colors, of course. But I don't think that's going to be an issue. So where is the light coming from? The light's sort of coming from this direction. So this base here is where all the shadows gonna be. And especially on the left side. So this, all of that is gonna be in shadow there. And let's try and blend this tooth into the jaw a little bit. I'll come back when I do the body and add a nice highlight to really give it some gums so that the teeth don't just look like they're floating. These ones are alright. But I think I might still give it just like a little bit of a lip. And I do need to put the darker color in between the teeth to make them really look separated. So I don't want it to look like it's just all one tooth. There we go. And now I want the dark blood color. That there. And I can do the back of the teeth. There we go, nice and dark. And this left side as well. I think I want to make this one just a little bit darker so that we don't lose it to the inside of the mouth. There we go. Now it's looking better. And from far away, this is what it's looking like so far. And I'm quite happy with it. I think luckily, because the details in the teeth are quite small, I can get away with quite a bit more. And welcome to the stream, by the way, guys. I know some new people joined. I hope you're all doing well. And yeah, welcome. I'm drawing this cool monster from Lobotomy company. It's called the Mountain of Smiling Bodies. Not that any of them seem to be smiling. And I'm definitely not going to be smiling if I see this thing in my house. So we'll see. It's a really fun monster to draw though. And especially the coloring is really fun. Okay, I think I went too far with the blood on this tooth. So I do want to pull that back just a little bit. There we go. Need to get more of a bleeding texture in. There. I think I need to just get more used to using a bigger brush. Because I do definitely get stuck with being so zoomed in, and I'm working on details that when you see the full picture you can't even see. So I really need to focus on this. It's alright. Go, bring that in. I need to make sure that I don't accidentally color in the other tooth. There we go. That is looking alright. Make a bit of an edge there. Very nice. Okay. I think I'm close to being able to add in some of the cracks. Let me just get this blood texture right. There we go. Something like this. His teeth have little ridges, so the blood will get caught in between those little edges. And that is where you'll have the darkest blood, or the thickest amount of blood. It'll be the most red there. So we'll see if I can get enough of that with this brush here. I think it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think so. Now I can do the cracks. So where do I want this tooth to crack? I think I probably want a bit of a crack sort of in here. not... I don't know if I need to mimic the top too much or not, but it's alright. We'll do something like that. That's a nice big crack. And then I'll sharpen it up just a little bit. And make sure you can sort of see that inner edge a little bit so that the crack feels like it has depth and it's not just a black line on top of a tooth. There we go. That's looking pretty good from far away. Nice. Welcome to the stream, guys, by the way. And I hope you're liking the monster so far. I'm having really fun painting this one. It was a request from one of my subscribers, so if you guys feel like you have anything you'd like to see me draw, feel free to let me know as well. And I'll put it on my list. I think that crack actually mimics the one next to it too much. I think this one needs a crack from the bottom. Yeah. There we go. This is gonna look a bit better. There we go. Something like this. This is a better crack. Now I can. I do need to make sure that I don't forget to separate the teeth too much. And but I think that's looking okay so far. There we go. It's looking better and better each time. So far, I'm quite happy with it. I think it's gonna look so cool when I'm done. I think for this one I might try and do a little bit more splintery cracks. So I don't have too many of that. Too many of those. And I think I might add just a tiny chip here and here. There we go. So from far away, yeah, that looks pretty good. Nice. Oh, I keep zooming in so much that I'm working on the details you can't see. There we go. That crack needs to be thin. This one needs to be a bit sharper. I think maybe it goes down this way. Yeah. And I need to dull that out just a little bit. There we go. I think it's looking better and better. And I just need to whiten up the edges a little bit. There'll be less blood there than the rest of the tooth. I think those are quite good though. This one, maybe I'll just completely lighten that up. I think that might be a bit too much now. There we go. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think I do want a nice big chip out of the bottom here. Something like this. There we go. It's looking a little bit weird. I wonder if I just need to round it a little bit more. Yeah, that looks better. And I can bring this out just a bit more. Like that. Yeah, that looks cooler. This one, I feel like I want, whoops. I feel like I want to almost have the teeth be split in two. The tooth. There we go. That's pretty cool. And cracks, if you want cooler looking cracks, make sure that they're not all the same thickness all the way through. They tend to be a little bit thicker and then a little bit thinner and a little bit more irregular than just a straight line. There we go. But they're also not entirely directional as well. They can go in a bit more directions than you think. When you're drawing lightning, all the strands usually go down into the ground, but if you have cracks in objects, they're usually radiating out a bit more. And you can have cracks that back in on themselves. Like lightning, you don't really have a strand where it decides to turn around and head back into the sky. But you can with a crack, depending on how it formed. And then you just have to remember to blend in the one side a little bit so that it looks like the crack has some depth. Nice. Maybe I feel like I want to carve away a little bit of the back here. Something like this. And then I can do a little bit of a chip in it on this corner. I think that could look cool. Yeah, so from far away, this is looking really good. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Now, what is next? What is next? I think the body. I think shading the body could be useful. I have this color That just needs to be a little bit darker. It's a little bit more in between. And whoops. That is on the teeth layer. There we go. My layers are so messy, but that is okay. And then make sure that this part is nice and bright by the mouth. Maybe here. This is so hard to see, honestly. But I think it'll make a bit of a difference. There we go. And now I think I am gonna try and make the hands a bit better, a bit cleaner. They're very fuzzy. And I don't think that looks the best. So let's see if we can clean this up just a bit. There we go. What kind of fingers does it have? They do flick a little bit. So maybe something like this. There we go. I think with fingers, it's usually important that you have a bit of thickness by the knuckles. And then they look like they flick a bit more. They're not always straight. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks way cooler. Nice. Now I'll clean up this line just a little bit. There we go. And this arm's actually behind the body, so I want to have a nice sharp line there. We'll sharpen this line up as well. There we go. It's looking really cool. You're at work right now. I'm painting this cool monster from a game. It's pretty sick. It's like got a bunch of faces coming out of it, and it's all goopy and fleshy and weird and scary horror monster. But it looks really cool, so I'm drawing it. And I did want to make a new layer for this arm at the front, actually, because it's coming out of the top. Yeah, I did say what up, the coolest guy ever. You're exactly right, Doug. Thank you so much. I do think it's sick. It's such a cool monster, right? It is awesome. I'm glad it got requested. And I'm hoping I can do a good job with it. Do this arm now. I can just do the arm at the very top. It's all right. And how's work been going? You give out any good deals? Oh, you said you have no audio actually. But oh, you know what I might do is actually erase the arm from the body so I can actually see what I'm doing that's new. There we go. Now I can continue with this. Hell yeah. There we go. Doing fingers is so hard, man. There we go. Thank you for sending the hearts, whoever that was. I think that was probably you, Duck. But just in case it wasn't, I want to say thank you. There we go. I think it's starting to look really cool. I need to know, how does this connect up? That needs to be a bit more rounded. That needs to be a bit sharper here. Even the something like this. There we go, that's looking cooler. And now I need this inside finger here, which is gonna be something like this, I think. Let's see what this looks like. I feel like with hands, it's easier for me to... Oh, how did I put that on overlay? There we go, normal. I feel like with hands, it's usually easier for me to put down a lot of color and then erase around and remove what I don't like so that I have the shape and the silhouette looking right. And when that's looking right, I can shade it in. Now I need to be a little bit more cleaner, to be honest. I think it looks like it needs to come out a bit more this way. Yeah. Not this long though. Maybe there. Okay, I think that looks a little bit better. There we go, sketch. I need to get the rest of the arm in to where it joins with the body. There we go. I'll figure out how to properly connect this with the body a little bit later, as I might have to merge some layers to get that done. Especially up here with all these strings, I'll have to redraw some to go around it, and so the arm doesn't look like it's just sitting on top. But let's see if we can get some of the shading and the highlights done. So it is pretty much black, but I think there is some clear sort of highlights going along. It's got that same stringy, tendony look to it. So looking cool. And I think I'll need another one here. I think there's probably gonna be one running along the forearm like this. Something like this. Yeah, there we go. Sheesh. It's looking interesting. It's looking interesting. I think getting all these details in is hard. There we go. And there's probably gonna be a bit of one. I'm sort of trying to put some of these strands where I think you'd have some muscles. And let's see, hopefully I can make them look round by blending in. There we go. That should make it look just a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Now it's looking more 3D. Now it's actually looking like there's strands instead of flatness. There we go, nice. I do think I want a bit of a separation on the inside there. Yeah, now we're talking. It's actually starting to look like a cool monster. That's not right. Hey Sunday, welcome back. Hope you're doing good. What have you been up to? There we go. What do you think of the monster so far? It's got some good progress. I think the mouth is looking really cool. And I'm working on the arm. I need to try and get some more mid-tones in. To get a couple more strings in. There we go. It's going to be really hard to get the arm to sort of stand out from the body, I think. which on the actual reference, it's got a outline that helps it pop a little bit, but I sort of decided I didn't want to do any line art, so it might be a little bit tricky. But we'll see. I might just put like a little bit of a bounce highlight or something to see if that makes it a little bit better. Yeah, it looks like it would. Looks like it does. There we go. I think it's starting to all come together real nice. Blend in some of these veiny bits. All right. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it's looking pretty cool. I think I might need to just wrap one of these around this side, I feel like. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Now I'll do the other arm. And I'll probably do it by just doing the same as what I did on this one. And it should look alright, but I have to keep in mind that the elbow is actually... Whoops, I should probably just thicken this up a little bit just before it gets to the elbow. This is not an original monster, it's from Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm drawing from these two references here. Yeah, so it's from a pretty cool video game. And it was requested by a subscriber, so that's why I'm drawing it. So if you have anything that you think would be cool for me to draw, then let me know and I'll add it to my list. And I'll hopefully get around to drawing it. Which I should be able to. I usually get around to drawing things. It just takes a little bit of time. There we go. And now I can fill in this. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Max Blocks. Or Max Blocksian. If I draw an original monster, you'll add it to your Roblox game? That's so cool. I'd love that. I can try and do some concept art for a Roblox game. So what's the game you're working on about? Is it a horror game or like a monster game? What's the idea? Let's see what this is. Everything my goat does is OG. I wish it was OG. I wish it was. But Yeah, you can add my stream avatar. Feel free to. It is just a cute generic slime. It is an OG, luckily. But yeah, you can feel free to add it. It is so cute, I think. The little mustache. There we go. I think I do need to make this a little rounder on the outside. So I'll do this. There we go. That actually has a bit more thickness. I don't know where. I think probably need something. Probably need two that go like this for the inner arm, since this is the elbow. And the elbow has those two tendons. So I think that should make the elbow stand out a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now I need to blend this and round this in a little bit. And then actually I want to see where the thumb would go. Probably we'll have something like this. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, we got 5 people watching. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're enjoying our current progress. I think it's looking pretty cool so far. And I think it's gonna look even cooler when I'm done. But it's still got a bit of a ways to go. But we'll see. It shouldn't take too long. I do have to go soon, though. I don't know if I'll have time to finish it. At least not just yet. We'll see. I've got about 2 more hours, but I should be able to finish it in 2 hours. But yeah. This monster was requested by a subscriber, so if you feel like you have anything you want me to draw, let me know, and I'll put it on the list, and I'll get to drawing it one day. There we go. Awesome. How do I round... How do I round this? Okay, I do need to get this color for some of these other tendony bits I want to put in. Like there and there. There we go. It looks like it would be a Resident Evil boss. It does look like it could be a Resident Evil boss. But yeah, Resident Evil's got some great bosses. I'd actually love to draw something from that game. Which I haven't played it in so long. I've only played Resident Evil once on when I was at a friend's, and it was such a blast. But whoops, I do not have the right settings on. There we go. Yeah, this is from Lobotomy Corporation, which is a pretty interesting game. I haven't played it yet, but I would like to give it a go. It looks really cool. The new Resident Evil game is so fun. I bet it is. I'd love to play it. I need to. It's so good. I watch the Resident Evil series at one point as well, or was it a series or a movie? I don't remember. I didn't think it was the best, but all the designs of everything and the characters and the monsters and stuff is crazy. And I love it. And I do want to get around to playing it. They just look so cool. And it is just also such a cool idea for a game. There we go. I think I've smoothed some of these parts out a little bit too much, but I'll just do this, and that'll make them pop a little bit more again. There we go. What other games do you play, Zoru? Zorua is goated? Is that how I say it? The new game is basically 2 games in one. In one half is traumatizing, fear-inducing horror, and in the other half, it's just like so incredibly just a hell yeah experience. That does sound so cool. I like that. I enjoy when horror games have quite a lot of horror, but then at some point it just ends up being a fun game where you can just blow stuff up. I really like Doom as well for that reason. Doom's just like a hell yeah horror game. Actually, I don't know how scary I would say Doom is. I don't think it's that scary. But it's got some crazy monster designs though. Like, some of those demons are really cool looking. Okay, I do think I do need to add a bit of shading on this hand. Okay. You mainly play some Pokemon and other stuff too. Oh, who's your favorite Pokemon? Pokemon is really fun. I need to I would love to draw some Pokemon at some point. I I think Pokemon are so cute, and I just need to draw some. I can't believe not a single person has asked me to draw a Pokemon yet as well. Zorua is your favorite Pokemon. Oh, that makes sense. How did I not put that together? Hang on, what does a Zorua look like? Zorua is oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's so cute. This is what a where did that go? Hello? That's what Zorua looks like, by the way, guys. So cute. What's your favorite edition of Pokemon? How many bodies constitutes a pile? Uh, and then how many for a mountain? Well, when you doggy pile your friends, you only need like three. And then to be a mountain, you'd need a little bit more than that. I feel like six is where you get to mountain territory. It has a really cool shape-shifting illusion ability, and I love it so much. That is really cool. I need to look at when did Zorua come out? Because it's quite. It looks like it's a newer generation Pokemon. A pile is at least 9 to 27, and a mountain is about 78. That is one big mountain. I feel like if you just measure how high something needs to be above sea level to be counted as a mountain, and then you measure how high the average body is, and you add it all together and see when you get to a mountain, that's how you can figure it out. Okay. What was I missing? Zorua came out in Gen 5 and is 900 and is number 570 in the Dex. That's so cool. Gen 5. Wow. I haven't. What is the last. When did Gen 5 Pokemon come out? Gen 5 Pokemon release was 2010. Oh yes, Nintendo DS versions. Right. I only ever played the Game Boy games from way back when. Um like Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire. I think Emerald was my favorite one, which I think Pokemon Emerald is Gen 3. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But that is really cool. They introduced Gen 5 through a movie with Zorua in it. Oh, that's cool. Did you? I forget Pokemon has a show and like a movie and stuff as well. I really need to watch it. Why is my oh, I'm not on the brush tool, that's why. Oh, do I still have I got rid of Zorua. Okay, that's good. Um what layer am I on? Let me get back onto the right layer. I do need to go watch all the Pokemon stuff because it's so cool and I love the little Pokemon. They're so cute. And some of them are just awesome and crazy strong, and they do so much. There we go. All right. This is looking way better. Now I need to clean up the butt a little bit. I should probably actually use the brush. Whoops. That is not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Get a cleaner line. Have you watched all the movies, Zoro? How much Pokemon content is out there now? I'd imagine quite a lot. Because it's so popular. That up, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I really need to stop using the chalk brush for coloring, and so I don't have to spend so much time cleaning up all these lines. Some good Pokemon to draw would be Arceus, Haxorus, Zorua, because he's the best, and maybe others too. I need to go through and find a whole bunch. So in between 27 and 78, what of bodies? What? Productive, I don't understand that sentence. Or maybe I'm an idiot. Big pile. Good answer. Wow. Ah. So what's your second favorite Pokemon? And do you draw Pokemon, or you just hang out? You just like Pokemon? There we go. Okay. Now it's cleaner. I'll probably end up blending part of this body into the background because I think I really want it to look like he's creeping out of the shadows. The stuff of nightmares. You sometimes draw, but you usually just draw JoJo Bizarre Adventure characters. Oh, I love JoJo's. JoJo's is so good. I need to draw some JoJo's characters. I love JoJo's art style. Especially part two. Part two is my favorite JoJo's Bizarre Adventure part. It's got I just love Jonathan so much. Or Joseph. Was it Jonathan or Joseph the second one? I think Jonathan was the first one. Joseph was part two, right? Which is awesome. Joseph is the best JoJo. Yes. He is. He's so cool. And also Caesar. Caesar was awesome. Rip Caesar. But at least we have the Speedwagon Foundation and the other parts. I also really liked, which one was it? Was it part 5? Golden. Oh. What is it called? Part 5. Golden Wind. Yes. Giorno has the coolest stand. He does. And Giorno has the coolest intro. I think part 5 definitely has the coolest intro, which is awesome. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I should not embarrass myself with singing. Golden Experience? Golden Wind, yeah. It's been so long since I consumed any form of JoJo's content, and I haven't seen any of Stone Ocean yet, which I need to get into because I do love JoJo's, and I think Stone Ocean is also apparently really good. There's like a prison and stuff, so I wanna see that at some point. Okay, I need to actually remember to draw as well before I just forget. And luckily, it's time for all the faces. And I do think this needs to be just a little bit more white now. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. His stand is Golden Experience. Yes, that's right. And the game is going to be about raising monsters to evolve in battle. Oh, that's so cool. So it's similar to uh, Pokemon, and what's the other one that Nintendo wants to sue over? Pal World? Except, I guess you're not gonna have guns. But that's cool. That I would like to play a game like that. I think I would enjoy a game like that. Now I've got Jorno's theme stuck in my head. All right. I also really liked what what was that stand? Also in part five, the one with the bullet stand, the guns and the bullets. I think that was such a cool stand. Um, I think part five definitely had my favorite stands. Some of these faces are getting into the shadow a bit more. Part six is one of the best villains in your opinion? That's cool. That's cool. I'll need to watch it then. I'll definitely need to watch it. Because I am a fan of some good villains. I have no idea if I'm doing the shading on these right, but I'll find out. I definitely just need to add shadows where they're connecting. I also I am kind of disappointed that Hamon went away at some point because I thought the idea of Hamon was pretty cool, but nothing really happened with it. But I do think the stands are just amazing. I wouldn't want to replace the stands with anything else. The best JoJo villain is the perfect being, Cars. Yeah. This is that, and he's in part six, I assume. Need to. Wow, there's so many little faces. That one's probably gonna be in shadow. That one's probably gonna be in shadow. These are probably all gonna be in shadow except for maybe some highlights here and there. It's gonna be a lot of work blending all of this in. Though you Nice. I'm liking how this is going. Oh, that is not the right color. That is the color I want. I did also really like Dio as a villain. I think he's one of my favorite ones. All Hamon users except Joseph and maybe a few more all died, and Joseph couldn't teach Jotaro in part 3 because they were rushing, is what the author said. That makes sense, but that is tragic. That is really sad that Hamon died out. I mean, fair enough. Like, part of what makes JoJo's really cool is that it's a generational thing, and people dying out is just part of what would happen. And so it definitely makes sense plot wise, and it's believable. Though I think it would be cool to have like one random Hamon user turn up one day for no reason. And then maybe they just, I don't know. Maybe Hamon's gonna be dead forever. Maybe not. We'll see. Were you a fan of Hamon or not really? Oh, I did the thing again. There we go. I forget to turn on alpha lock. And then I go to blend and everything spills out. That's way too big. That's better. I think that's actually going to be all in shadow. Hamon was really good. I think Hamon was just a little bit limited with what the author could do with it. But it had such funky ideas behind it. Like like dislocating your arm so you have extra reach when you punch something that was a crazy idea. I remember seeing that and I was just like, oh my goodness, this guy's insane. That was good old Baron Zeppeli from part 1. Which I also really like part 1, to be honest. It was such a good introduction to the show. And to all things JoJo's. All of it's just so good, if I'm being honest. I need to go and rewatch it. I think after I watch JJK season 3, I'll go and rewatch some JoJo's. Hamon is one of the most versatile abilities. I think you are right. And now that I think about it, I think you are actually right. It is very versatile. Yeah, definitely an interesting decision to get rid of it. Or maybe that's just the point, the fact that it is so cool and the author got rid of it. Or well, they all died out is just part of what happened. Though I think if that were the case, then it would have been explained a bit better in the show. I also thought that surely one of the Speedwagon guys would know Harmon. So that would make sense. It goes through oxygen and I think water too, the icicle scene. Oh, yes. But water does have oxygen in it, so most likely. Yeah, you're right. It's yeah. Yeah, that's I forgot I like that icicle scene in part two. I need to round up round these masks a bit and just sharpen the edges. I'm not gonna get rid of the theme song out of my head for a good while. That's alright though. I can cope. Maybe one day I'll put music on and stream. Transparency. There we go. I'm almost at the cool part. I am almost at the cool part. I'm just waiting until I need to until I get to draw the actual faces in. And doing the spikes is gonna be so fun. There's so much on this monster that's gonna be fun. If you like part two, Joseph was a gag character, but the author changed his mind and thought it'd be funny to make him a main character. I think that's kind of true. He does feel like a bit of a gag character at times, but he's so fun. Oh, welcome back, Smooshed. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you so much. I do think it's looking awesome so far. I'm getting to doing the faces and the heads, so it's gonna be looking good. It's gonna start actually looking like a complete monster soon. So I am excited. And I think I did just finish shading most of the heads, but can't let that guy get away. And that's gonna need some there. I'll definitely clean up some of the shading as I go, because I'm gonna do the faces one by one and then I'll clean it up as I go. Okay, now the question is, where do I want these guys to be looking? And how do I make them look so distressed? I think the one eye does just need to be bigger than the other one to get it to look creepy enough. And it needs to look a little bit more interestingly rounded. There we go. You know what? I wonder if I should do this on a layer on top. Let me make a group. There we go. Okay. And now I can draw the black on this. Yeah. Something kind of like that, but maybe I need to make this a bit taller. Maybe something like this. That looks like a pretty distressed, creepy looking face. What do you guys think? I think it needs to be a little bit more lopsided. Like if you look at these, that eye is way big compared to that one. There's also a couple random just like holes that I can add. Maybe stuff like that. Yeah. It's getting better. And I think this one, it looks really cool. Thank you so much, Zara. I think it is definitely getting there. Let's see if this one. From far away, they look pretty cool. Yeah, I think this is gonna look awesome. Okay. You feel like drawing in black and whites are usually more creepy to you? I agree. I definitely think if you want something to be a lot more creepy, then you gotta do it in black and white, but I do think color is creepy. I think that the trick with getting a creepy color is to just, if I want to make this look a whole lot creepier, then I would rebalance all the colors and just get rid of all the saturation, which, let's see if I can do that. If I have a saturation layer and I just over everything. Oh, that is too... That is very gray. Maybe just a little bit more. Oh. I think I definitely grayed the whole thing out a bit, but I dropped the opacity. There we go. I think that's a lot more on the creepy side. I think this might be your best work yet. This is sick. Thank you so much. I do think this is starting to become really, really cool. And I do think, yeah, it's starting to look a lot cooler than anything else I've done so far. It's definitely taking a lot of time, and that is, don't worry. But I've got an hour and 20 left. So I think I should be able to, whoops, get something done in time. Let's see if we can get this mouth in or something. I think this one is not looking right. Maybe I need to move this over a little bit just to get it there. I definitely think this one is one of my favorite ones. I think this one and the Spider Noir one I did is definitely great. I made an idea for my horror series, which I'm trying to make. Oh, yeah? What's your idea? What's your horror series? Is it gonna be books? And what sort of ideas have you got? I'd love to hear about that. I love hearing people's stories that they come up. It's a dragon, but its wings are huge eyes, and it has kind of a weird mouth. That sounds awesome. That sounds scary. I think eyes in the wrong places are definitely some of the scariest things you can have. I think I always feel like if you have an eye in a spot that you don't expect, that's scary. Or not always scary, but it's definitely creepy. Oops. There we go. That sounds like a cool idea. I need to go back to black. All right. Let's see what I've got going on. All right. Which way do all these faces look? They just kind of look in random kind of directions. I did see one that's got a bit more of a straight mouth, so maybe I'll try something like that with this one. Taking some artistic license and giving this one a bit some tears. Yeah, there we go. Its mouth is like that once octopus creature, you forgot its name. The really big kraken, the because I think squids have some really interesting mouths. Like they have beaks. I think octopi also have beaks, right? That is a weird mouth. I think that'll be super cool. I think I want to figure out how I can make these convey a bit more emotion, a bit more distress. It's the really big one. It's humanoid and has wings. Oh. Um, the one of the Lovecraftian ones, like Cthulhu or something. What are they called? I don't know, but they got crazy mouths. That's awesome. That's gonna look so cool on a dragon. I'd love to see how that turns out. Oh yeah, let me clean that up. There we go. Cthulhu, yeah. Yeah, Cthulhu, it's the Lovecraftian monsters. They got some crazy monsters in the Lovecraft books. Like I really like some of those. They they're very unique and they're terrifying. Like there's a lot of psychological aspects that make them scary. Like I think Eldritch Madness to me is one of the scariest ideas. It's basically where uh so because the monsters are like fourth dimensional beings, they possess wisdom of the whole universe. And Eldritch Madness is if for 1 second they grant you the ability to understand everything in the universe, and then they take it away, so you're stuck with the memories of being able to understand. You remember what it was like to understand the whole universe, but you can't anymore. And so forever you're left empty and feeling sad because you have no idea what you understood, even though you remember that feeling. And then it drives people insane. Which to me, I would love to understand something about the universe. So if I actually understood the universe and then I got taken away from me, I would be quite upset by that. Its eye wings will drive people insane the longer they look at it. That is pretty cool. I like that. That sounds really cool. So is that gonna be for a book that you're writing, or is it a plan for a show, or what's the idea? What are you wanting to get done? Yo, it's one of my homeboys. It is one of your homeboys. Look. Hmm. I don't know where I want this one to be. Looking. Whoa. I wonder if I should give any of them noses. Maybe I'll give this guy a bit of a nose. He looks like he deserves one. That's definitely creepy. I have no idea where I want to put some of these. There we go. Even looking at its eyes for a few seconds drive people to, let's say, put themselves 6 feet under. What? Whoa. How does it make you feel? Like, what kind of feelings does it give you? Does it make you feel doomed? Does it make you feel hopeless? Does it make you feel like crap? What kind of insanity is it? I feel like there's a lot of different insanes you can be. Or that there's a lot of different insanes things can make you be. Whoa. So I feel like the things that scare me are the ones that make you hear voices and stuff that's not really there. Hopeless and insanity are perfect words. I like it. I like it. I want to see this dragon. Well, I don't actually want to see it, but I wanna experience its existence. So how do you kill it? Does it have a weakness? What's its weakness? It slowly claws into your mind, and the only way to stop it is to do something. I haven't figured it out. Oh, okay. It is hard coming up with like a weakness for something. Figuring out how something can be stopped. Especially if it's so powerful. Like you gotta have the right balance for it. Its eyes would be its weakness probably. But that's also its strength, right? That's where its power is. Or is it like if you manage to shoot out the eyes with like a bow or something, you'd be able to, like, it's pretty much useless after that. Or well, not entirely useless. It's still got a crazy mouth, but like it won't be as powerful anymore. Since my series is inspired by Resident Evil. Ah, that's cool. Do you have what other sort of creatures have you got for your series? I'm locking in on some of these faces here. But, some of these have to look the other way. And I feel like if they're all looking the same way, it can be a bit boring. Maybe I give this one a really big eye. It's gonna lurk in the dark castle where the only lights would be torches. Oh, that's very atmospheric. I like that. This is a really cool idea for a monster. Is it the big boss of the castle, or does it have a master, so to speak? Oh, there we go. I get so focused on this. Definitely not the most entertaining at the moment. You're not exactly the best at drawing. Don't worry, I'm not either. That's why I'm practicing. So that hopefully I can be. Because I also have a lot of cool ideas for stuff that I just don't feel like at the moment I can live up to the expectation of what I have for it and the vision that I have for it in my head. There we go. I think it's looking so much. It's looking a lot better with all these heads here. What other kind of faces have we got in here? something that just looks like this, I guess. There we go. You'd like to see me draw it because then it might show me how other people can perceive something based off just your words. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me add it to my list real quick. And then I'll see if I can get around to drawing it. It definitely sounds hard, so I'll probably want to do some practice with drawing dragons first. But after a while, I'll definitely be keen to give it a go. So it's a dragon with eyes for wings, or with eyes in its wings. And makes you go insane when you look at them. And it's got the mouth of Cthulhu. Alright, it's on the list. If you have any extra ideas for it, let me know and I'll update it. And hopefully when I end up drawing it, it lives up to your expectation. You're probably going to keep writing, so if you get any more ideas, you'll tell me. Awesome. That's perfect. Ooh, where have I missed any? I've missed one face. This is the last one, and maybe I do this one a little bit upside down. There we go. I have done it. So far, that's your only monster, but you want to spend a bunch of time on them and writing, just feeling the emotions. That's a good idea because if you just keep working and iterating on something, you evolve it and you bring it further and you get more advanced with it. And you develop them and then you get a better feel of what you want them to look like. And sometimes monsters can change quite a lot. Especially depending on their abilities and stuff. Okay, what is next that I have to shade? These guys. These bottom strings. I need to darken them all a little bit. I wonder if the airbrush is the right idea or not. I think that's too saturated. There we go, that's a bit better. All right. I'm getting closer. This is such a big piece. This is way bigger than I thought it would be, but I'm having so much fun with it. And I think I'm gonna hide the top strings while I work at blending some of these in. Definitely am missing a little bit of this tone here. There we go. All right. Now, How do I make these look a bit more round? I think I need the light color. And then add some highlights. Your story so far is the main character wakes up in a prison cell, grabs the key, opens the door, peeks out, but hears a monster sound. Then the main character hides under the prison bed. That is very cool. Why is he in prison? Do you know? Other main character shows up and stuns the monster so they can escape. Cool. So I guess they don't know why they're in prison. Is that part of the idea? That why they even are in prison is a mystery. Mystery for now. So that's gonna be one of the big reveals of the show then? That sounds cool. That sounds really cool. I'm curious about the story. I'd like to know where it goes. I don't know how. How does all this lighting look with? Okay, this is looking better. You're gonna try and make it exist first, then try and make it a bit longer. Yeah, that's a good idea. Do you follow any writing strategies? There's a strategy that I like where you write the whole thing down and it's short. It's maybe 1 or 2 pages. And then you go through and you write more details and then you expand things and you add things and change things, and then you have 3 pages, and then you go through the whole thing again and you go through it again and again and again, and eventually you end up with something that's quite a bit longer and you've got your full story in and stuff. So could be really cool. Let's see, I've got That's your plan? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one. I wonder if I should use more of a textured brush for this. But I've kind of done so much without the textured brush that I don't even really... No. There we go. It's looking pretty cool. I do like how these extra lines have added a bit more depth to it. So that's good. Ow. I'm getting tired. Ugh. I need to work on my posture. My drawing posture is not the best. Not the best at all. But I'm working on it. those highlights are a bit better. I think this these goopy parts here are gonna be so tricky to get the lighting right. There we go. It's feeling more 3D now that I've added this lighting over here. Now I need to do the upper layer. Which I think for the upper layer I have to pay more attention to it. The dragon monster is called a Leixin or a Leixun. I'll write that down with the pronunciation. And then I can look up how to actually pronounce that. This stream has inspired you to cook up some weird creature dragons? That's good, you should. That's the idea. I'm trying to inspire and stuff. So if you feel like you're getting inspired, I've done my job. Leixun would probably be pronounced as Lixan, and Leixun would be Lixun, Lixan. I like both of those. I don't know which one I would go with. They both sound really cool. I wonder if for this I should maybe use this brush with a bit of a opacity to it. Yeah. It might look a little bit weird because I switched brushes halfway through, but I think if I go around and I blend some of the other layers or some of what I did before, it'll be better. And we've got quite a lot of people in the stream today. We've made it up to 5 people every now and then, so thank you so much for joining the stream and also sticking around. I appreciate it. And it's always a lot more fun when you have people watching. And I hope that you're enjoying yourselves. That's the most important part for me, at least. Oh, I did something. And welcome to the stream for the people who just joined. There we go. I should have used this brush a little bit sooner, but oh well, I didn't think about it. The main character basically get out of the prison and venture to a small town. You don't know the name yet. Oh, what's gonna happen in the small town? I feel like scary things always happen in the small town, right? Should definitely go through and add some shadows on these strands as well to get them to really pop nice. There we go. Got there's so many lines. Wonder if I did way too much detail. Basically, the people kind of tell them about the monster. Ah, okay, I see. Let's go. I'm trying to go a little bit faster because I'm running out of time. And I don't want to get... I got caught up on too many fine details that nobody really notices. And I should be focused more on the stuff that people actually see. This part here. All these round parts could be interesting. I wonder how I can make some of the shapes really stand out. Okay, everything's gonna look a lot rounder when I actually get the shadow color in. And I'll have... I wonder if I need to do the highlights a little bit more. Like on the top instead of around the sides, something like this. Okay, yeah, this is looking quite a bit more blobby, I think. If I zoom out, that's looking alright. There we go. I think I figured out how to make these a little bit more bulgy. I think I need to put more shadows sort of by the base. And then blend in that way. Still going strong. Yes, I am, Keenan. It is looking better and better. But welcome back, Zorro, as well. We missed you in the chat. It's good to have you back. Oh, there's so many details. I hope I don't have to do... Whoa, I just accidentally did something I did not mean to do. What did I do? Ah, I accidentally turned on eraser because I'm a genius. I turned it on again. Wow. There we go. This is what I need. How you doing, KJ? Did you finally make it to the gym? Yes. From far away, what are the important things to shade? Went for a run and you're stretching now? That's awesome. And after the villagers tell them about the monster, they go kill it. Cool part of the story. Drawing looks amazing, dude. Thank you so much. It's getting there. It's a lot of details at the moment. But it's getting there. It is gonna be ages till it's properly done, but hell yeah. But they find a crystal of some sort. That's cool. What's the is the crystal from the monster, or is it just like in the cave? Well, not the cave, it's in the dark castle thing. You think you might call the city Sabrion City? Sabrayon City, I think that would be how it's pronounced. That's a cool name for a city. I like that. It's unique. And thank you for the little heart emote, KJ. I crossed 50 subs? No way. When did that happen? I've got to celebrate. I was stuck on 47 for so long. Yes. 50, I'm halfway to 100. That's awesome. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. I appreciate it very, very much. And of course, thank you for watching the stream. God. Happy to be one of those. Thank you, Zoro. I appreciate you. You are really the goat. I deserve 5 million, not 50. Thank you so much. I'm flattered. Maybe one day I'll get to 5 million, but I'd be happy with 50. Okay, now I'm getting caught up on details I do not need to be caught up on, but just need more value. There we go. I really wish I could have done more textures to get this looking right, and I think I might actually, for the back, add the shadows and then put the light on top. Not with this brush, with this one. And 50 is a lot of people, you're absolutely right. And it's hard to get even 50 people to subscribe. So I'm very happy with what I got. And hopefully I get to keep growing. And but I'm just gonna keep streaming and making shorts and videos, and hopefully one day I'll grow, but whatever ends up happening happens. Sabrayon City is based off Saffron City from Pokemon, kind of. Oh, that's a cool little bit of inspiration. I feel like I need to be making some of these a lot bigger. So I just locked in for a big second there. I think I have to go in about an hour, if I'm not mistaken. But I think I'm going to be able to get the drawing done. It's going to be super cool. There's AI slop channels that get hundreds of thousands. Yeah, those shorts, AI automation channels, it's all just brain rot. And brain rot works. People like brain rot. But I don't know why they're subscribing to brain rot. I never thought brain rot could get subscribers, but here we are. 2026, where Brain rot is so popular. But yeah, that's part of why I made the channel, is just because a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, losing to AI, and that feels like crap. And I basically want to show, like, my art's not the best in the world, but people will appreciate this a lot more than AI. And I think that's basically happening. So I'm achieving goals. There we go. You think it's just kind of just kids and stuff? Yeah, probably. But I don't know. It just depends on what kind of what type of user they are, because there's plenty of people that I know that subscribe to like hundreds of channels, and then they don't even remember why they subscribed to some of them. And whereas I'm quite selective about how I subscribe and stuff. I usually I don't subscribe very often, unless it's something that I want to see more of. If I end up seeing the same channel come up 2 or 3 times that they make good content, then I'll subscribe, but it's rare. I know some people just curate their subscribers to get a good feed. Your art is amazing. What do you mean, man? Thank you so much. It is it, it is good. It is better than I thought it was. It's definitely gotten so much better. I think today's day 18 of me drawing every single day, and it has improved so much. And I think a lot of what um I think a lot of my improvement is has literally actually just been using a reference and then having the confidence to actually try. If I think the YouTuber is entertaining and good, what they do or their channel is about one of my interests, you usually subscribe. Yeah, that's not a bad way of going about it at all. That's an excellent way of doing it. And I think that's pretty much a similar to what I have. I sometimes though, like, some people make one video about a topic I like, but their channel's actually about something else. And sometimes I'd be hesitant to subscribe, because then I end up getting recommended a whole bunch of stuff from what their original content is that might not be something I'm actually interested in. So there's some YouTubers that play a lot of roguelikes that I'm subscribed to because I'm a fan of roguelike games. But then sometimes I watch one YouTuber that mainly plays some other game, but then he does a one-off where he plays a roguelike. And I really like it, but they never play the type of game I'm interested in again. And so I feel like it's a bit of a waste. Though I usually try and keep my eye out in case I see them again and they make something else that I think could be interesting, then I'd go and watch that. Because people change with time. Their content changes, they get better with it. And yeah, good things happen. So I always try and remember if I like one thing of one person, because it might be that they're busy transitioning into something better that I might like. There we go. Okay. I feel like these need a bit more shadow. Here we go. Can you request something to add to my drawing list? Of course you can. What do you want me, what is your request? There's some of the shading on this, this is not gonna look the best because I'm kind of speedrunning it a little bit, but should hopefully still end up looking pretty good. Oh yeah, okay. This is starting to look pretty cool. Now, I do think this arm I'm gonna work on a little bit. I was wondering if maybe you could add Omega Flowy Photoshop Flowy from Undertale. I think it would look cool in your style. Oh, all right, that's a good idea. Let me add that. Omega Flowy. I do want to draw some more Undertale stuff. I really like Undertale and Deltarune, so I haven't played them in so long. I should really replay it at some point. Because it is just really cool. There's such good games. Okay, I think I'm... Oh, that's a bit too much. I want to get this arm to feel like it's actually connected to the body a bit more. What do I need? Probably this brush. There we go. I think it's looking a little bit more. Whoa, that was. Okay, now it's looking a lot more connected to the body, which is good. I think I might draw something like that. There we go. Okay. Now, I am getting somewhere now. It's great. Sorry, I'm very locked in at the moment. Try and get this. Okay, it's all, the pieces are starting to look connected now, which is great. I can't believe it. It has taken quite a bit of time. I think. I'm starting to get to the point where I want to start to finish. It's a little bit quicker than I have been. What layer am I on? Why can I draw outside? I cannot. But I can draw on the arm, that's what's going on. There we go. The body is looking good, the mouth's looking good. The gums by the teeth need a little bit of highlighting so it feels a little bit more 3D. There we go, no more floating teeth. All right. The monster's getting there. Woo! I forgot what layer I put the... Yeah, here we go. These two things. Okay. This is like a metal pipe sort of a thing. So it's gonna have some lighting here. It's gonna have some really bright spots, really dark spots, and then some lighter. I really need to make this reflect a bit more of the room. Looks a little bit standing out. There we go. How do I make this top a bit more reflective? There we go. Looks a little bit weird, but I think that's okay. I just need to get more of the bright color in here. And then that'll look a little shinier. There we go. And when the Lexon dies, it stretches its eye wings out as a last resort moment. That's a cool way to go. It tries to go out in a blaze of glory. That's how I would go if I was a monster. Try and take you down with me. The eye gets way bigger and stuff. Whoa. It's gonna get to being hard to dodge. That's gonna be pretty cool. He's catching the light. And this here is catching the light. This is a midtone. This is a midtone. This is shadow. This is shadow. Ooh. So have you figured out how it's going to be killed yet? That just looks really round. But go clean this edge and this edge. What does this look like? Looks a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, almost done with the piece. I want to... What else did I want to add? Where's... Oh, I need to do the spikes. Of course I need to do the spikes. This highlight here for the color should be making them pop a little bit more. And we round them out. Go. Now Now that a lot of these details are starting to get together, the whole monster is starting to look quite a bit better. I'm liking. I do need to brush in some more shadows. There we go. Might do a little bit of a highlight. And this one. This one. There we go. Alright. I think it's not quite dark enough. I think they might be looking way too reddish. But actually, I've got to have the saturation layer up that I can use. Ooh. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to add a shadow where the hand touches the wall. So that it looks like the arm is connected to the wall. There we go. Oops, that was the eraser. Okay, so now it looks like the hand's actually touching the wall, which is what I wanted. And I have to do the same over here. And then I also need to add the shadow the body is casting. Okay, now it looks a lot more like it's creeping out of the shadows. I might take this floor and make it a little bit darker. Whoops. And to do this, there we go. And I can do the same for the wall. There we go. And I think if I add a multiply layer, and I multiply with a dark color, I should be able to. There we go. This is looking very cool. What do you guys think of this? I think this is awesome. Yeah. This looks great. Did my microphone die again? No, it didn't. Alright. Because of the stream delay, sometimes I see my slime stop talking and I'm like, no, my microphone died. But then it actually didn't. I think erase some of this here. I do like the way this is looking now. Yeah. I think this is the first thing I drew where it looks like it's actually connected to the ground. I think this hand actually looks like it's touching the wall. Same with this one. I think this hand's actually on the floor. Maybe not quite. Where did that shadow? There it goes. This one here. I think I do need to just, oh, whoops, that's the erase. I think if I just do this, now it looks a bit more like it's actually touching the ground. Oh yeah, this is awesome. I think I'm happy to call this one done. Yes. This does look creepy. This does look like it's gonna scare me in my nightmares. I think using that multiplier layer, this one here, really helps. And also this saturation layer. There we go. I think this is really cool. And, oh, that's perfect timing. It's 4 o'clock. I actually have to get ready to go now. Gonna go to a game developer meetup, make some new friends, meet some new cool artists. I think it should be good fun. Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching the stream, by the way. I really appreciate it. I hope you had fun. I'm gonna upload a couple more shorts, and I've got some challenges that I want to do on other streams and maybe also turn into a long form video. I want to do one where I try and draw 10 things in an hour to see if I can actually get better, like drawing 10 dogs in an hour to see if dog 1 looks worse than dog 10. We'll see how that goes. I think it could be fun. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna go make some food, get ready. So, see ya.